that took so long. Oh my god. I apologize. 4 fucking minutes? My bad. I don't even have my... Is this my first time streaming? Hello? Oh my god, this chair is the squeakiest thing on the planet. My coffee wasn't ready. And I'm still sick, so I apologize for all of the coughing that will persist. The horrors persist, and so do I. Hi, hello. Alright. Here we go, there. Hello, hi. Music. Mist over Starlight is bad spirit. So let's start with inner sound. That's a good one. So, okay, yep, there it is. Good morning, I guess? I don't know, do you guys consider 10 a.m. morning? Because it's not quite, it's not the afternoon, because that's after the noon, and it's definitely not the evening. I don't consider it the morning. I consider 9 to 11, like, the day. Everything else is, you know, afternoon and shit. The coffee's still too hot. This is a rudderless ship we are steering. Okay. I said we was speedrunning the, speedrunning comics, starting off strong with the coffee that's too hot to drink. Awesome. If you notice anything different about the stream today, it is because I am dual streaming for the first time. Hooray! Christ on a bike, what the hell's going on over there? I think it's the cats. So, last time on Beast Wars, we had a 3-hour stream and only did like 1.5 pages. That was ridiculous how long that page took me. But it turned out pretty fire. That page and the page immediately after are both up on my DeviantArt right now. So if you want to go check out the comic, it is linked in the description on my DeviantArt somewhere. And mostly what it was is I was just getting back into a groove of doing comics, because once I get into a rhythm of making comics, it's pretty straightforward. But it had just been, what, almost half a year since I had officially sat down and done a comic page on stream. Yeah, at least a year. Half a year. Let's get our time frames right. So hopefully I've gotten better, because I've worked ahead a little bit away from stream, because I like to be at least a month ahead on the pages, just so I have a bit of a buffer zone in case something happens. However, that's just how I used to do things. How I will do things now will be vastly determined by how much I can actually get done. There's a lot of shit going on in my life that's... Well, it's not really a lot. It just feels like a lot. Don't want to really get into it. Again, it's not anything... It's not anything I can't handle, but at the same time, it feels like a lot because it's change. It's just change. Okay. That, and I've decided to curse myself to the realm of just doing too much. Because these pages have been... the production value has been through the roof. I'm just, oh my god. If it took me like 5 hours to do a single page before, guess how long it's gonna take me to do one now with like colored line art and shit. With like extra layers of editing. But the results speak for themselves. So I can't complain. I used to do this thing where whenever I was working on a comic, I would hide the text to preserve spoilers. But I'm also getting to the point where I'm just I don't care anymore. I gotta see what the final product looks like all together. Excuse me. And usually I don't stream on Thursday, so I'm not expecting much for this stream, so. Usually I stream Mondays, Tuesdays, and or Wednesdays. Depends. But Wednesday, man, I was gonna make an announcement, but like I know my announcements don't show up for some people immediately. I was supposed to stream Wednesday, but something happened and I just slept in like half the day. And it was New Year's. I wasn't even hungover or anything because I just didn't do that. So it wasn't anything like that. It was just, I don't know what happened. I just woke up and it wasn't morning anymore. It was 11 o'clock in the day. Because it's not afternoon. Anyway. It's like, oh, today's chalked. I still did work on the comic. I just didn't stream it. Which makes me realize just how much of my workflow is just wasted on just scrolling through YouTube trying to find something to listen to. Like, I don't want to like give a full percentage, but a good portion of my a good portion of my workday is just trying to find something to listen to. It's like, God dang it, I can't just be happy with saying, here's the thing, click play. Nah, it has to be something I either am in the mood for or can just passively listen to in the background. Because a lot of what I want to listen to on YouTube are like analysis, video essays, gameplay footage. You know, things I kind of have to actually pay attention to that I can't just veg out. Especially if I'm doing line art. Oh my god. I either need complete silence or music when it comes to line art. Because I need to focus. Especially working on the text. Oh my god. The text takes so much focus. Because it needs to be legible. And if I'm listening to something that I'm also trying to pay attention to, my handwriting's gonna be shit. Because my handwriting is usually garbage. but I've also kind of shot myself in the foot. Trying to force myself to work on a comic about warrior cats while I'm in the middle of my seemingly annual Transformers hyperfixation. When I started working on the comic, like, first getting back into it, it's like, yes, I'm here, and I'm ready to do this. And then, it's like, okay, I can feel my hyperfixation fading into the background, so we can finally focus on this comic. And then my dad was like, you know what, you can get that movie you want to watch out. Well, I guess we can watch it together. We just talked about Transformers 1. Watched it and just felt my hyperfixation be reignited. It's like, God dang it. I'm supposed to get back to work. So when I'm not streaming the comic, I am binging Beast Wars. Which has made me realize I don't remember half of season 2. Which is weird, just because I've watched the show before in its entirety at least twice, I think. I haven't rewatched it as much as I have TFA. Like, Transformers Animated is, I think, one of the Transformers shows that I've rewatched the most in its entirety. I think Armada would be second, because I just love that. I love that show so much. Everyone can shut up about it. I tried to rewatch Prime a few times, guys. I'm sorry. I can't. I get up to, like, a certain point in season 1, and then I'm just, nah, we can stop now. It's funny, despite being a diehard Transformers fan, I have yet to watch... This is gonna sound so bad. I have yet to watch G1. Which, watching G1 is not a requirement for a Transformers fan by any way, shape, or form. It's just, I grew up in the era of the G-Whiner, where the Transformers fandom on the internet was either, there we go, was either, kids like me, who had, like, you know, just gotten into the fandom, Bayverse guys, you know, Bayverse formers, or G-Whiners. Fuck. And the G-Whiners, I don't know if they're still around now, because it seems to have died down over the years, because I think it's mostly because the G-Whiners are now in their 60s. But oh my god, I remember being a kid on the internet, basically being bullied by a bunch of grown-ass men for not watching G1, or for not watching G1 when I was a kid. It's like, I'm sorry, when I was a kid, G1 had already, like, left the stage. Apologies for being born in the 90s, you know, the era of Beast Wars. And, you know, the Unicron trilogy. By the time I got into the animated Transformers scene, yeah, Transformers Animated was already, I think, off the air by the time I got around to it. So I'm, like, just trying to enjoy a show that I like as a kid, but any online interaction I had with fans was just 30-year-old, grown-ass men, not fellow children, grown-ass men, saying anyone who enjoys anything other than G1 is a whiner baby and needs to just watch G1, and every show after G1 is stupid because it's not G1. And I'm sitting here like, okay, so I tried to watch G1, and I'm like, this is what I got bullied for? This is what I got harassed off the internet for liking Beast Wars instead of G1? So, my relationship with G1 is a bit rocky. I can watch the show now, but again, when my sister was binging it, she was also losing her goddamn mind because she was like, she was waiting for it to get good. Excuse me. But also my sister had like interacted with the fan comics and the fan art for like Sideswipe and Sunstreaker and, you know, all those guys, and it was like, oh yeah, this is like the fandom stuff. I'm on the wrong layer. Okay, there we go. So this is how they act in... Fucking cats. So this is how they act in the show, right? And then she watches the show and she's like, where's the personality? Where is it? I was promised Chaos Twins. Where are they? They're not even here. They're in the background. What is this? And then she would like try to actually commit brain power to the plot of certain episodes and go, oh my god, this is so stupid. But it has its charm. I don't hate G1, guys. Chill out. It has its charm. But the fact that childhood me spent the majority of the time on the internet refusing to interact with the fandom because of the G-whiners. It's like, okay. Now, I'm not getting bullied off the internet anymore. It's gonna take a lot of harassment to get me off the internet, excuse me. But, oh my god, we've traded one for another. Instead of the G-whiners constantly being in my face, saying, oh, it's the best show ever, I got the prime kids. And I do mean kids. As in people my age. Saying Transformers Prime is the best show. It's the best Transformers show ever. And I'm sitting here like... I mean, you have the right to be wrong. I don't hate Prime. I just can't stand the goddamn sound design of that show. I can't stand it. That and some of the plot holes that I've slowly been realizing over the years of just like, wait a minute, this doesn't make any sense. This is so fucking stupid. Writers, what was going on over there? And then you hear about what happened behind the scenes of Transformers Prime, and you're like, oh! Well, considering that's what we're working with, this is great. But still, it doesn't excuse purposefully misrepresenting Starstream's character. It's like, excuse me? Anyway. Beast Wars is still good. Still holds up. The animation has aged, but for the time, apparently that was state-of-the-art. That was state-of-the-art animation for the time. And their transformations match up with their toys, like with their real-life toy counterparts, which is cool. which is also why they look kind of weird. But they were literally the as seen on TV toys. It's like, oh, okay, that if I was a kid in the early 90s watching Beast Wars and then I see the toy and it looks exactly as it did in the show, oh, I'd be so happy. Also, just the story of Beast Wars is 1,000 times better. Not just because it has levels of intricacy that most people just won't understand. It's just... it's also just funny. Oh my god, Beast Wars is so funny. Because I know a lot of people like, oh, I know people like their Transformers to be dark and edgy, but Transformers has never really been that. It's kind of like Ninja Turtles. A lot of people like were weirded out by Rise of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles because of how goofy and, you know, mystical everything was, and I'm sitting here like, did you not watch the original show? I mean, it's fine if you didn't, but they are turtles. Mutant teenage turtles in New York that practice ninjutsu and eat pizza. If that ain't goofy goober activity, I don't know what is. I know a lot of people like the edge that they like. A lot of people like edgy stories, and I get it. I like if a story is going to be focusing on like the war aspect of a story, then by all means, let's go full edge. Let's not hold back. But the fact of the matter is, when a show claims to be edgy, it's like, yeah, we're going to focus on the war aspect. They still pull their punches. I'm just, no, come on, traumatize me, do it! I mean, even, like, let's go for Star Wars, for example. Bad Batch is an amazing show. It's one of the best, almost said Transformers. It's one of the best Star Wars TV shows ever. Clone Wars is still good. Let's not get it twisted. But Bad Batch punched me in the face a little bit harder than Clone Wars did. I know everyone talks about the Umbara arc. And anyway. But if you're gonna say that we're gonna go really dark and edgy, and not really just edgy, but we're gonna focus on the war aspect of the story, great! Where are the limbs? Where's the flying limbs? Alright, hold up. Where are you? I can't mod chat from here. Give me 1 second, guys. I gotta go kill that bot. Uno momento. Uno momento. Mod view. This is my first time dual streaming on Twitch in a while, so forgive. How do I? Broseph. There, jeez. Okay, that took a lot longer than it should have. Apologies, guys. My first Twitch chatter was a bot. Fantastic. Anyway, what were we talking about? What line art is... Oh, that's on the background. Okay, so I'm just going to put it here. What the hell was I even talking about? Oh, yeah. When a show claims that they're going to focus on the darker aspects of the war in a story, but then they still pull their punches and feel like any other regular cartoon, but sometimes they just say damn. Now, Umbara did an amazing job. That is how you do a focus on the war aspect of the Star Wars. That is how you do it. That arc, or just that scene, just the scene alone where Rex realizes they've been shooting at the wrong people, that they were killing their own brothers. It's like, oh my god. That is how you focus on the war aspect. But then people seem to think that just because it's animated, that doesn't mean it can't. That means it can't be serious. It's like, you can't be serious. What the hell? Like, if you compare the subject matter of The Mandalorian to, like, Bad Batch, The Mandalorian still feels really tame in comparison to, like, Clone Wars or Bad Batch. It feels very tame. It's just like regular Star Wars, except less campy. Because original Star Wars was very campy. Let's not get it twisted. Like, the whole premise of Star Wars is pretty goofy. So it's like, okay, yeah, let's take this premise, but we get dark with it. I'm like, great! Where? Where are you saying that this is gonna be dark? Because you can't just say it's gonna be dark and then not get dark. Or, like, just give me barely anything. You want dark and actually kinda disturbing and edgy children's shows? Watch Ninja Turtles 03. That actually got a little dark. How do I get rid of that on my end? Shit. Okay, I guess it's just stuck there. Damn it. I can't what did the coyotes even look like? Hang on, do I have their rev sheets somewhere around here? Do I even have rev sheets for them? Damn and blast. I don't. Shiza. Oh well. Whoops, my bad. This is the monstrous versions of them, not like their actual versions, so I guess we can get away with it a little bit. I just remember what a coyote actually looks like. You can call me anytime. Name Burn. Oh, hey, Burner. Hi. Now you're Firebug. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Rip your other account, man. And thank you, yes, Happy New Year's. A little late. I was supposed to stream yesterday, but then I slept in. Thanks, man. I try. I was just ranting about how certain TV shows claim to be dark and edgy versions of existing IP, but then don't actually get dark or edgy. They don't actually get dark, they stay edgy. They're like, oh yeah, this is dark, you see, because we're not laughing. It's like, yeah, but now you're just being melodramatic over nothing, and it's kinda goofy. Now, there was one show that was like, okay, this is actually kind of disturbing a little bit, and this IP had never been this disturbing before, and that was 2003 Ninja Turtles. That is when they got more disturbing, but also kind of dark. That was the first time the franchise had ever been that way. Just gonna copy paste because I cannot be bothered. Some fanfics do it way better, lol. Exactly. Or they came like, see, it's live action, so it's obvious. So obviously we're being more serious than the cartoon versions. And I'm sitting here like, I'm sorry, Mando, you're just as tame as Clone Wars was. If not more so. And no hate to The Mandalorian. I liked that show. I liked The Mandalorian. I actually am one of the 2 people that liked Book of Boba Fett. But what they talk about in that show is very tame compared to what Clone Wars was getting away with. Y'all remember Clone Wars? That actually got a little dark. Especially with the brain invaders. Oh, the brain invaders was. Sorry, I'm gonna throw up a little bit in my mouth. Brain invaders. Now that disturbed me a little bit. Oh no! The 1 pixel! Where is it? Is it the only pixel? No. How many pixels? Jeez, I left full-ass gaps. You drive a... What else called? You could drive a shipping cart for that. There we go. That's better. Yep, the joys of being a digital artist. What lighting am I gonna do this hill at? Because that'll vastly change the colors. Hmm. I'm thinking. But yeah, this is a little too fleshy, so let's make this a little bit more fiery. Oh yeah, you like it? It took me longer than I'd like to admit to get all that done, and there's still a lot I need to do on the Twitch end of this stream, because I am dual streaming. So if you're on Twitch, I apologize for the lack of decorum. On their side, I didn't think I was going to be dual streaming on Twitch until relatively recently, and I was like, you know what, screw it. Ah! I hit the wrong button. There we go. That's... You know what, for now, we'll say that's good. No, different layer. I'm going to do a regular... I think I'm going to do a regular background. Flashbang. Ah! They snuck through. Where are you? I know you're there, little pixels. Stray pixels that no one will see unless I point them out, but will still bug me for the rest of eternity if I don't take care of them immediately. Oh, I should bring up the previous page. You know, I'm actually going to bring up this page instead because this background's pretty good. This guy's a little bit too saturated. You gotta... Because we also got the text here. Gotta color... Actually, let's color match this one. Gotta color match some things. She's turned around, so that means the bushes will be over here. So you know what? I am going to bring up that other page. Hold up. Because they are eye candy. It is linked in the description somewhere. Actually, no, I haven't. My bad. It's on my DeviantArt, is all I know. Yeah, I have not put the link in the description because I haven't been streaming my comic for a while. thought I had a cough coming, but it just kind of died. There it is. Since I want the focus to be on her, the background's going to be slightly less detailed than... I say slightly less detailed than to realize this is just a blob of green. Ugh. Okay. And let's get this bad boy done. Text is going to be there, so I probably am just going to focus on color variation. Not going to worry too much about actual detail, because I'm just going to shade the hell out of it anyway. I say as I continue to add detail. Because I can't fucking help myself. Compared to the previous pages, some of these new pages coming up, oh my god, I have destroyed myself with the amount of detail I've thrown in. God dang. I'm trying to maintain consistency throughout the pages, but it seems that my artistic abilities vary vastly day to day, and also throughout the day. It's like, oh god. That first live stream, I don't know what possessed me to color it that way, but oh my god, it turned out amazing. Hey, Waffles. Hope your strip turned out well. Just gonna add a little bit more needless detail just because I can. Just a little anxious. Oh, what's up? Got a test coming up or something? Man, oh god, I've forgotten what it's like to actually have tests, exams, and deadlines. It is one anxiety attack that I do not miss. That's too much. Okay. That's the wrong setting. There we go. This might be a little bit too dramatic, but it's also what she's imagining would happen, so maybe it's not dramatic enough. But I don't want to go full Watership Down on their ass just yet, because it's not quite... She's not quite there yet. If you don't understand that reference, the Watership Down, long story short, there's an old book series / movie about rabbits that was like the Warrior Cats before Warrior Cats, but it was rabbits. and it was pretty dark. A lot of children were traumatized. I think they were all weak. Didn't traumatize me at all. It was a lot of people. Ah, okay, I get it. Yeah, I get that. Even if it's family, sometimes family's just loud. And I'm a loud person anyway, but I like my kind of loud. You know? I like my type of loud noises. When it's people loud noises, it gets a bit much. See, now that's an example of a dark spin on an on a typically light-hearted I don't want to say franchise because rabbits don't really have a franchise, but you know, like the children's story. People are like, oh yeah, it's a children's story. How dark could it be? And then you read Watership Down and you're like, oh, that dark because rabbits get killed. Like a lot. And it's usually humans' fault. So it's, you know, survival of the fittest out there. Okay. Also, they have a cult. I wonder if there was ever a moment in, like, Warrior Cats where they're like, oops, I've joined a cult. Because the Warrior Cats culture isn't really cultish, but it's got a whiff of cult activity. But the difference between any sort of organized religion and cults is that you can leave an organized religion. You can't leave a cult. They won't let you. And if you do leave, they follow you around and curse your name. Which I guess is kind of what they do in Warrior Cats. If you willingly leave the clans, they kind of, like, curse your name. But it's not like you're unwelcome anymore. Kind of depends on the situation. I keep forgetting these guys are on different layers. So, I mean, maybe it's a cult, but it's like, I've done a bit of research on cults in my spare time. Don't ask. And Warrior Cats is, like, diet cult activity. Because they're not really a cult, they're just an organized group that has their own religion and practices and rituals and whatnot. That's not a cult, they're like Mormons. I guess Mormons can be considered... They're like the Amish, okay? It's not a cult, it's just a lifestyle. Yeah, cults get super messed up. And usually, always, the thing I've noticed with cults, they start out focusing on religious purity and then always turn into orgies. I don't know if that's... That's what happens. Like, every single major cult I've heard of, it started off with people trying to find religious and cultural purity, you know, away from the burdens of modern society. And then one thing led to another, and now it's a super orgy. The leader's at the top. He's fucking everybody. Cops close in on them, and they say, all right, kill your children. Like, what? Where did this come from? I don't think that's ever happened in Warrior Cats, so I don't think they can be considered a cult. I don't know. If Tiger Clan lasted more than a month, they might have turned into that. Tiger Star might have created a cult if he had been given ample time. They were about to kill children. But that was for, like, bloodline purity, so that led into some, like, eugenics stuff that has real-life human history attached to it. Gross. But, like, give them a few more moons, Tiger Star would have been fucking everybody. They didn't last long enough to get a sex scandal just yet. But I don't know. It depends on who you ask. Some people say Leopard Star and Tiger Star were banging. Depends on who you asked. But then fandoms always say X character is always banging another. Yeah, I mean, you asked any fandom, hey, are these two characters banging? You're usually gonna someone is going to say yes. There are very few instances where people, like, unanimously say no, these two characters are not banging because X, Y, and Z. They could be mortal enemies. Fuck, they could be siblings, or like, it's like these two characters, father and son, are they banging? Oh yeah, of course they are. Look, they've got great chemistry. Look at how tenderly he's treating him. It's like, yeah, that's his goddamn son. Fujoshis, you need to back off. We're screaming about fandom shipping everybody now. Now, I'm not in the Last of Us fandom, but I would not be surprised if there is some freak out there that ships, What's-Her-Face and Joel. I would not be surprised at all. I haven't seen it, thank God, but, I wouldn't be surprised. Some people ship... Ugh, going back to Transformers, some people ship Optimus Prime and Bumblebee, and to ye I say, what the hell is wrong with you? What the actual hell is wrong with you? Why are you shipping these two? They are literally father-son! But then again, my opinions on shipping are like, if it ain't canon, shut up. I don't ship people. I don't ship characters. There's like 2 ships I have. And the only reason I ship these 2 is because they were almost canon. Like, if the show had continued another season, or if one scene wasn't deleted, they would have been canon. And that is TFA, Ratchet, and RC, because while in the show they had very little interaction, if TFA had been greenlit for another season, they would have had some very cute interactions with each other and would have gone on official dates and, like, started being a couple. That's canon. And the only other characters I ship are Fluttershy and Discord. Now, I didn't used to ship them because I was of the belief, if it ain't canon, shut up. But then there was one deleted scene at the end of the show that showed them sharing a kiss as Discord handed off her sack lunch. It's like, oh, so almost canon. Okay, we can excuse that now. But anything else, I just don't ship it. I don't do it. I actually never read Bride of Discord. Never read it. Never read Bride of Discord. I'm just going off of the show. Like in show they have pretty good chemistry together, and they're super cute. I mean, Discord literally says Fluttershy makes him want to be a better person. If that ain't the definition of a healthy relationship, I don't know what is. And, he also encouraged her to come out of her shell a little bit. She's hosting tea parties. She's standing up for herself more. But that's kind of separate from Discord. That's just something she worked on herself. But she feels encouraged by Discord to do it more. That was after his reformation. Prior to that, yeah. I don't ship it. I just think... And also, I'm not, like, rabid about that ship. I just think it's really cute. It's kind of straying a bit toxic in the fan. Okay, yeah. I heard it was actually pretty... like, the Bride of Discord was kind of toxic because they were trying to do, like, some Beauty and the Beast shit. And everyone says Beauty and the Beast is Stockholm Syndrome. It's not. Beauty and the Beast is not Stockholm Syndrome because that's not what Stockholm Syndrome is. Get it right. Stockholm Syndrome is when someone is kidnapped and then starts sympathizing and relating to their kidnapper as a survival tactic. Belle didn't do that. She wasn't even kidnapped. She just, agreed to stay with him to save her father. Yes, it was a very unfortunate situation, and she didn't even start falling for him until way later. In fact, Beast was the first one to catch feelings. She only started liking him because he was kind to her. He was, being kind. He was willing to change. And if you, read the original fairy tale, she was with him for a very long time. She was, at the castle for years. So that means they spent years together just being friends. And if you watch, the holiday specials of Beauty and the Beast, there were moments where, she was reading stories to him, and he was encouraging her to read, and, showed her his, entire collection, which was amazing, by the way. If someone did that to me, oh my god, I'd propose. If someone gave me their entire library and said, it's yours, you can read whenever you like, it's all yours. Not like in the Disney film where he's like, shut up about Romeo and Juliet, here's some real books. It's like, alright, if someone did that to me, I'd punch him in the face. It's the lack of control female leads have in the situation. That's the thing, though. People say it was, because Belle had no choice. It's like, she did have a choice. And there's, have y'all forgotten the scene in the movie when she's trying to, tend to his wounds after he's attacked by the wolves, and she's standing up for herself and actually yelling at him, telling him to sit still? I wouldn't have run away if you hadn't frightened me. He's just, now hold still. You hear banging in the background. That's just the wood stove. So the fact that some people say that Beauty and the Beast was Stockholm Syndrome is like, okay, first of all, that's not what Stockholm Syndrome is. Second of all, did you even watch the movie? Beast was the first one to catch feelings. Beast was the first one to catch feelings for Belle. Belle was like, he's actually kind of sweet, once you get to know him. She only realized she loved him at the end of the film. And even then, I don't think it would have been romantic per se. She just knew that she cared about him. He was in love with her. He was desperately in love with her. Which is why he let her go. Because he knew it would make her happy. It was what was best for her. And that's true love right there, bitch. That is true love right there. Beauty and the Beast. A lot of people have misrepresented that story to hell, and I'm so mad about it. Because they're genuinely a beautiful and healthy couple. And then we're just gonna flip because I cannot be bothered. Oh, my chest. If you guys just want a quick rundown of what makes a healthy couple, here's sign number 1. Being around that person makes them want to be a better person. Not for any gain. It was like, oh, I want them to like me. No, it's just I feel inspired to be better because of this person. They make me want, to be good. And in doing so, they inspire each other to be better people, so thus they are better together. If 99% of their screen time is just them arguing and screaming at each other and hitting and being abusive and being very unhealthy, then that's not a good couple. And I know some people like toxic relationships in fiction because entertainment, I guess. But some people will look at that relationship and go, oh, that's what relationships are supposed to be. Like Joker and Harley Quinn. Fucking healthy couples do not involve Coley. Exactly. I have some things to say about that's the wrong layer, about Joker and Harley Quinn. Now, them being a dynamic duo villain couple thing is fine and whatever, but at the same time, do not model your real life relationships after them because they are toxic. Joker does not care about Harley Quinn. She has Stockholm Syndrome, basically. She got feelings for him because he lied to her about his tragic backstory, TM. I think the text is off. Wait, no. It's fine. He told her it was the circus. He's like, no, I don't want a relationship where the guy is literally threw me in a vat of chemicals to be like him because everyone should be like him. It's like, excuse me? Welcome to the part of the stream where I just over-render the hell out of these pages. for 5 minutes. Because I have seemingly got nothing better to do. How many? Oh, exactly. Especially on web. Don't get me started on webtoon romance novels. Do not get me started. I can't talk about that right now. Oh my god. I can't do it. I can't do it, guys. There's like one romance novel on webtoon that I like, and it's because it's not really focusing on the romance. It's also a fantastic political drama, and that is Suitor Armor. The romance is in the background. It like hasn't even popped up much yet. That's the wrong color. Oh yeah, you know it? You know it? Oh god, Suitor Armor is so cute. I haven't caught up on it recently, but last I read was like, oh my god, I have no idea where this series is gonna go from here. I'm actually concerned for the main characters. It's like, oh god. How are they gonna get through this? And I love when a story does that to me. Main girl's so pretty. Oh yeah, Lucia is... Oh, she is goals. And what's really nice about her and... is it Modius? Modeus? I actually don't know how to pronounce any of their names. I just read it and go, yeah, that's about it. The thing that I like about their relationship is it starts off as a friendship. It is based on mutual respect. She inspired him to, you know, be better. You know, especially in the talking department, and being genuinely learning what kindness is, and he inspires her to be brave. She was already brave to begin with, but now she's like, she has a purpose. She has a cause. And it's because of their relationship. She now has a reason to fight for something greater than herself. And that's also a sign of a good relationship, where they accept each other as they are, but they also inspire each other to be better. Because you can love someone flaws and all, but the flaws are still something to overcome. But it gets pretty boring if you don't go on a character development arc, you know? That's the wrong brush. There we go. Let's give it, yeah. Yeah, everybody has flaws, dents, and quirks. Yeah, we're work in progress. We've got flaws and we've got... What's the lyrics? We've got dents and we've got quirks, but it's our flaws that make us work. That's the lyrics. We're work in progress, so tell me what's flawed about... What flaws you got too, because I still like what's flawed about you. So a sign of a healthy relationship is, first, friendship. Because if you just come out the gate swinging with the romance stuff, and you aren't even best friends with the person, that ain't gonna last long, buddy, because it's solely based on physical attraction. Which is fine for, like, hookups and stuff, but if you're like, I want to share my life with this person, it's like, cool, what's their favorite color? My cat wants in, hold up. Stand by, I gotta go get that. Guys, it's snowing. It looks like a snow globe out there. It's beautiful. I should save. Please don't crash. Phew. Why does my coffee taste like popcorn? It tastes like burnt popcorn. What the Yeah, that tastes like burnt popcorn. What the fuck is wrong? What's wrong with this? I mean, it's not bad. It's just I wasn't expecting burnt popcorn. It's working on video scripts and the ICE program storyline at the same time. Waffles, we gotta talk, man. We gotta talk about your workaholicness. Now, there's nothing wrong with being dedicated to a story. I get it. I'm fully dedicated to my stories. But you gotta learn balance, man. You can't let it get too ahead of you. There we go. Such thing as being too honest, because we're not flawless. We're work in progress, we've got dance and we've got quirks, but it's our flaws that make us work, yeah. Like, and this is just my personal opinion and philosophy, if you can't look at two characters and say, hey, romance aside, would these guys just hang out on a regular Friday night with some friends? Or, like, would they even be friends outside of whatever? And if the answer is no, it's a flat relationship and it's boring and the audience is bored. So they're gonna ship them with their best friends. That's just how it works. It happens so much in fiction where, like, canon couples always take a backseat to the fandom shipping because the canon couples are so boring. They either have no chemistry or very little chemistry. Or it's like they don't really act like a good team together. Or they keep them in the God forbid they keep them in the will they won't they hell just to keep the audience entertained. It's like, no. Because we know they will. This ain't my first rodeo. I know Jean and Scott from X-Men are going to get together. They're Jean and Scott, they are going to be a couple. They're kind of like Endgame. So, I know they're gonna get together, so playing this will they, won't they is kind of boring. Now, in X-Men Evolution, it wasn't really a will they, won't they, it's a, they will, just not yet. They're almost there. They're just, still young and figuring themselves out. It's like, oh, thank you, X-Men Evolution, for actually understanding how relationships work. They're kind of together throughout the series, but it's like they're really good friends to the point where they might as well be a couple, because if you didn't tell me they weren't a couple, I would not have realized it. Like, why am I blanking on that? Kanan and Hera from Star Wars Rebels. Season 1, Episode 1, I thought they were a couple. I don't know why I didn't think that they weren't a couple, but I just looked at them and was like, oh yeah, these guys are a couple. It's because they just have good chemistry together, and they work together. They talk to each other. They communicate like a healthy couple, and they call everyone else their kids, and they say, make mom and dad proud. It was like, oh, so they're married, and everyone else is their kids. No, they weren't married. In fact, they weren't even really officially dating until later. Which is why Kanan was so nervous to meet Hera's dad. It's like, what? What do you mean they're not a fit? Huh? What? Y'all got me to ship characters that weren't to... Filoni, you sly dog! How dare you trick me into shipping characters that aren't even a couple? But that just proved and showed how good they were together. They were better together. They were strong by themselves, but they were better together. And that's also a sign of a good relationship. As romantic as the line, you complete me is, it's not inherently healthy, because you need to be your own person separate from the relationship. The relationship is an added bonus. You can't base your entire personality on being in a relationship with this person. Which is another reason why a lot of canon couples are pretty boring. Because outside of the relationship, some characters just have no personality. They have no agency. Usually the female, because heaven forbid women have personalities. As cinema therapy brings up, it's less romantic, but it is healthier to say, instead of you complete me, you say you supplement me. Because it's like, by themselves, they are still like a strong character, but together they elevate each other and bring out things in each other that wouldn't necessarily come out by themselves. Like, Hera inspired Kanan to join the rebellion, to work for something greater than himself, rather than just only looking after the Ghost Crew. And they both inspire each other to lead, because they're both inherently leaders, and they work together. Like, Hera by herself is an amazing pilot, but with Kanan at her back, she's an unstoppable force. That's what makes them a good couple. They can have their own solo missions and still, stand out individually, but together it's like, oh yeah, there's something here. Sparks are flying. And that just shows how good they are together. Like, they're good by themselves, but they are great together. That is the sign of a healthy relationship in real life and in fiction. Good by themselves, great together. And that's if you want the relationship to be healthy. If you want this relationship to specifically be unhealthy, then by all means go do it. But make sure the audience knows this is not healthy. Do not strive for this. This is not the goal here. You gotta make sure that's obvious to the audience. Because the audience will read that and think, oh, these are the main characters, ergo, these are the people I should strive to be like. Make sure, if you're gonna write a toxic relationship, it is either obvious that this relationship is toxic and they shouldn't be together, or at the very least, they should figure themselves out first before they be together. Like, make it obvious that they're not gonna work out. Because you know how, like, when your friend is dating a guy and you know that relationship is going to burn to the ground, and then they come to you crying like, oh my god, they're such a jerk and they broke up with me, and you're like, oh, poor girl, who could have seen this coming? It's just, oh, I'm so sorry. You know, you can do that with fiction. You can say, hey, they're a couple now, it's doomed from the start. What? It's gonna be a glorious crash and burn. Get the popcorn, guys. It's gonna be bad. You can do that in a story. Don't write toxic relationships and then make it the goal. You know, even if you know it's toxic, make sure the audience is also on board. I feel like I am missing something. Okay, yeah, nah. So funny. Don't take relationship advice from me, because I've actually never been in a relationship before. So take my advice with a grain of salt, because fuck, I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna render this later, because something about this text is bugging me, and I'm not sure how to fix it. So I'm going to fix that, after. Yes. Please don't crash on me. I don't like the helpless female lead. Oh my god, yeah. Yeah. You gotta thread that. It's a very fine line to walk if you're going to have a damsel in distress character. Because because someone being help as their personality is gonna get boring. Or, at the very least, is going to be, you know, like, I'm thinking of, like, Daphne Blake from Scooby-Doo. Her personality was help in the original show. So when future shows would, like, try to write Daphne's character, she's gone through the most change. Every single iteration of Daphne is completely different. It's because the original was a blank slate. There was, like, nothing really there. At least in my opinion. But it also gave writers a lot of freedom, because then Daphne could be whatever they needed her to be for that show. It's like, that's fine, but it also feels kind of... It feels like bad writing. But also, Fred's kind of the blank slate, too. So if... It's like... So if Fred and Daphne can be blank slates together, because then you can do whatever the fuck you want with their characters, and then you get interesting things like Be Cool Scooby Doo, which honestly, that is one of the funniest versions of Scooby Doo I've ever seen. Everyone can shut up about Mystery Inc. I think Be Cool Scooby Doo was absolutely hilarious. That was peak comedy. I was dying of laughter every single episode. Y'all don't even know. Y'all don't even know! God, Fred was so funny in that show, too. Frank was given 110%. I'm not going to write relationships while I'm not in one. Yeah, I get that. A lot of the relationship advice I have in my arsenal is from watching Cinema Therapy, which is an amazing channel. If you want top-notch videos that talk about the psychological aspect of stories and characters, I highly suggest checking out Cinema Therapy. Because not only is it a filmmaker and an actual licensed therapist talking about the movies we love, but they're also just really goddamn funny. Oh, they're so funny. And they're family friendly. It's clean humor. Mostly. Sometimes Alan gets away with himself when it comes to his self-deprecating dark humor. But it's then again, it's all in good fun. You watch them. Oh, they're so good. I haven't seen some of their latest videos. Like, I think I'm like 2 behind. But I highly recommend watching their channel. They've actually introduced me to a bunch of movies too. It's because of Cinema Therapy that I watched The Invisible Man, which is that movie is something else. That is like true horror. Like, Doctor Sleep scared me because, of the, visuals and jump scares and whatnot. Some of the jump scares were really good. Those were some really good jump scares. But the thing about Invisible Man, that terrified me the most is because there are people like that in real life. They're not quite gonna don a suit that makes them invisible to torment you, but there are people that will not let you go, no matter how much you try to get away from them. And they will make you feel like you're going crazy and make everyone in your life think you're going crazy and that you need them to survive. That's the true horror behind the Invisible Man. Because no one sees them. No one sees what they're doing to you. Because every time you try to reach out, people think, no, you're crazy. Or, worst thing is you try to reach out to someone and they're like, I can't deal with this. I can't deal with your problems. Back to the cult leaders, I see. Yeah, gaslighting is no joke, man. So I love that movie. I think That's in my top 5 favorite movies of all time. I can only watch it occasionally because I need to be in the right mindset to watch it because it's so heavy. But I highly recommend. Despite as traumatic as an experience that was, I highly recommend it. You know, looking back at it, I'm not sure if I'm thrilled. I'm not sure if I'm thrilled with his expressions here. He's going through a lot of emotions. Oh, sorry, I bumped the mic. He's going through a lot right now, so yeah, I think it's fine. He's sinking. I'm okay, Waffles. I'm just. I'm so sick of having the stupid cough. It won't go away. I've taken medicine. I've gotten rest. I've taken showers. I've done steam baths. I've done Vicks Vapor Rub. I've done all of it. Bitch still won't go away. I have the opposite of a clingy. I. Maybe it's not the opposite of a clingy boyfriend, but you know, a clingy ex. God, I'm so glad I don't have any of those. I guess what kind of scared me away from relationships was that internet series, Clingy Ex-Girlfriend. Do you guys remember that? Oh god, she used to terrify me. Sit for 3 weeks. Oh my god. I hope I feel better soon too. Was it Psycho Ex-Girlfriend? I don't remember what it was, but she used to freak me out. And then be completely confused when people would ask me, so how come you're not dating anyone, or how can you not date people? It's dating is so great. And then I see them going, oh my god, this guy is such a jerk, why am I even dating him? Oh, he's spreading lies about me. And I'm sitting there like, yeah, why wouldn't I date someone? It seems like it's such a fun time. Don't date in high school. Don't date in junior high. You're still a child. Don't date when you're a kid. You've got other things to worry about. Don't worry about. Because, oh my god. Getting cheated on as an adult destroys your self-esteem. I can't imagine what it would do if someone cheated on me as a teenager with my already fragile sense of self. Oh my god. Hey, Steve. Steve? Sorry, we got this cat that likes to come in here and steal my cat's food. So I gotta yell at him. Yeah, don't date before adulthood. Oh my god. Saved our friendship. You know what? Honestly. I mean, I know the expectation for when you're a kid is to, you know, get messy, make mistakes, but some mistakes you'll regret for the rest of your life. And don't they always tell us to live life with no regrets? It's like, yeah, so let's start by just, like, not making mistakes. Or not making mistakes. But doing things we know we're gonna regret later. Or that will amount to nothing. Which is kind of why I didn't date in... okay, the main reason I didn't date in junior high and high school is because none of the guys asked me out. Which, thank God. Because I wouldn't have said yes to half of them. Anyway, they were all losers. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Did I? Oh, no. Did I? Fuck me! I forgot an aspect of a character's design. Oh, damn it! Okay, well, his tail doesn't show up in any of these. So, okay, that's good. It's just that one page. Shh. Nobody bring it up. Nobody mention it. Just anyway, dating in junior high, when I was still trying to figure out my own stuff and was worried about school, I didn't have time to date. And I knew it was never going to amount to anything. Very rarely does anyone actually end up with their childhood sweetheart. And of course, aw, that's such a cute story. Their childhood sweethearts. It's like, yeah. I wonder actually how healthy that relationship is, because I am not the same person I was in junior high. That's for damn sure. Besides, in junior high, I didn't even like when people looked at me, okay? I can't imagine someone trying to hold my hand. It's like, do not perceive me. I do not like being perceived. Writing teen romance. Yeah, it's weird. Especially if those teenagers start banging. Because it happens a lot in young adult novels. Those teens are banging, and I'm just, okay, first of all, they are teenagers, so I don't think they should be doing that. Also, that's an adult writing this. An adult is writing about underage children boning. Woo! That's him, officer. But then again, I have some teenage characters that are in relationships in my stories, but they never bone. And if they are boning, It's off screen, so it's not my business. If it's off camera or not the main focus, it's the character's business, not mine. And I mean, also the argument can be made in one of the stories, 15 is like their legal adult age. And they're not dating other adults, they're just dating other 15-year-olds. So it's like, you know what, okay, I can sort of excuse some of these characters. Like, they were 15 when they had a kid, because it happens. Still, like, very much still underage, but it's just me saying they had a kid at 15. That's not the same as me actually writing the scene of it happening, because that's not my business. I let my characters have their privacy. Despite them living in my head rent-free, I let them have their privacy. Exactly. If it ain't an erotica, literotica is its own beast of burden. Because usually those are adults. At least you'd hope they're adults. If you're gonna actually write out full scenes with boning involved, please let it be adults. And please, for the love of God, let it be consensual. I know R-word happens all the time, but you don't have to talk about it. I mean, you do have to talk about it. You don't have to write out the act of it happening. You can just say it happened or show it in a kind of an artistic representation that doesn't, I'm trying to dance around using words, that doesn't objectify the person it's happening to and doesn't glorify the act of it happening. There. I mean, you can write about bad things happening to someone in a certain way, but you gotta be respectful. Imagine that. You gotta be respectful to people who've gone through traumatic events. Especially if you haven't gone through that yourself. Steve, I swear to God. Yeah, if there's no plot relevant reason for the boning to occur, then you don't have to write it. And even if it is plot relevant, you still don't have to write it. You can just have them smile at each other, walk away holding hands, close the door, cut to black. Especially if you're writing young adult stuff. Oh my God, just stay out of it. I get it. Teenagers are horny, but you're an adult. Please, stop. Someone here? Oh, it is 12, so that's probably the male. No, no, dog, please, no. I don't think I've actually drawn Hotstar from the back before. I don't know how she looks. That's why I just avoid... Yeah, exactly. Despite me gonna be writing a young adult graphic novel, I avoid reading young adult books all the time. Because they are either super effing boring or borderline porn. It's not, I can't know that. I can't know that. I can't have that. Guys, let's just not. No. Bad call. Publishers, what the fuck are you doing? Approving stories such as this and not picking up on the fact that, hey, this might be a little bit problematic. Let's just not have that. You know, it's responsibility of the writer to write the story, but it's also the responsibility of the publisher and the editor to say, no, bad call, let's not do that. Either change the scene or cut it completely. Because we are not publishing that. But no, they don't. You know how much it takes to publish a novel? Because it has to go through the writer, the beta reader, the rewrites, the editor, the publisher, several different publishers, maybe a few editors. That's at least, at minimum, like 5 different people that read a story and went, yep, finalize it, cut, print, we're good. This, excuse me? Now, self-published books, that's the Wild West. That's a free-for-all out there. Self-published books, I mean, you hope they have beta testers, but at the same time, that might be asking for a bit much, especially if you read some of these self-published Amazon novels that you can buy for like $1 that are all literotica. It's like, the fact that it had one editor might be asking a bit much. This is like a Wattpad post. The one place where I think it gets a little bit fuzzy for me on where the line is for the boning is fan fiction. Because that's kind of like the point of fan fiction is to go off the handle, balls to the wall, you know, type stuff. And I mean, I read fanfic, okay? I'll admit it. I'll say it out loud. I've read fanfiction. So it's like, fanfiction, that's a different story. Because this is just some random Joe on the internet posting blah-de-blah. It's not like an officially published book that's gonna be in a bookstore. Because, I mean, sure, the internet, anyone can read it. But it's like, the internet, anyone can read it. There's a level of expectation where you're like, it could be trash. It could be garbage. But, like, if it's at least in a store, you hope there was some level of S&P approval. It's just, oh no, Wattpad. Usually Wattpad is the place where you post original stories, and AO3 is where you go to read fan fiction. Like actual fan stuff, not original works. So you'd think AO3 would have more of it, and it probably does. Werewolves. Yeah. Let's not go there right now. That's a different mechanical bull. Actually, wait, no. I'm just going to copy paste it. So when it comes to publishers, there's a level of expectation where you're like, come on, guys. You approved this shit? But then if you, like, run across it on the internet, it's like, yeah, this is tame. You mentioning werewolf stuff has made me think of the absolute hellscape that is the subgenre of wolf focused stories, and it's just, oh my god, a human being actually wrote that. A human being wrote that. I mean, at this point, saying it was a human being might be asking a bit much, but you hope it was. You hope it was a human that wrote it, but at the same time, you kind of wish it wasn't, because you don't want to think about the fact that a human being committed that to paper. Yeah, that's what I just said. It might not have been a human at this point, but I mean, I don't know which is worse. What is worse? Someone asked a robot to do that? Or the fact that a human being wrote it and said, yes, this is great. This is a good idea. Or worse, they wrote it, knew it was garbage, and said, fuck it. And at this point, I don't know which is worse or which one I prefer. Like, did this person believe... Did they actually believe in the story they were writing? Or is this one of those things where they're like, you know what? Fuck it. Let's just publish this garbage because I need money. Or if they were, like, drunk. Or they posted it on a dare. Or, you know, it was obviously an inside joke with friends that they decided to publish for the public to read for whatever ungodly reason. Because I've written some... I'll admit, in my past, I don't know where it is, if it's been deleted by now, hope to God it has been. I've written some things as an inside joke to myself that I thought, you know what? The world needs to read this. Wait, oh. It wasn't anything terrible, it was just cringe. So, calm down, guys. Nothing that'll get me canceled. It was just cringe. Cringe is a terrible sin. It's actually, being cringe actually isn't that bad. And we joked about it being oh my god, he called you cringe. Oh, how will you ever recover from this? But, like, if it was like, oh yeah, this is something I wrote when I was 12, it's pretty cringe. And they're like, oh god, how dare you be cringe at 12? It was like, guys, they were 12. But if someone walks up to me and I'm wearing an Autobots t-shirt and they say, the Autobots are cringe! Just, ah! The Autobots are cringe! Got some soap in my eye. Oh no, man. That is the worst. No, like, very important question. Was it soap or conditioner? Because conditioner in the eye is its own level, is its own rain in hell. Still annoying. Okay, so then it was just soap. Getting conditioner in your eye, man. Oh my god, that thing takes like 5 years to wash out. And once it gets in your eyelashes, then your eyelashes have conditioner on them, and that ain't gonna wash out anytime soon because conditioner is sticky. I try not to just go. I try to just avoid the area around my eyes. Yeah, and just take care of that later. But if I'm like lathering up my hair, because I have some. Over the years, I think I've gotten the handle on not getting it in my eyes. Oh, horse's ass. I forgot that was there. Just nobody talk about it. Just nobody bring it up, and then it won't be a problem. Just talk amongst yourselves. There we go. Fixed. Fixed? What do you mean? That was intentional. Shh. Here we go. Alright, can we not do that? There we go. Wait, if it's going this way, that means the light's coming from over here, so that means this is going to be shaded. Okay. Okay. Made me want to draw cats. Well, it's one of the first things I learned how to draw consistently. Ponies were close behind. I didn't learn how to draw people until, like, God, how old was I? Like, I was in high school before I finally figured out how to draw people. And I've just gotten better over the years. Oh, I still gotta shade these fuckers. Okay. Okay. Oh, I forgot her mouth. Whoop, 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 whoop. There we go. I keep forgetting I already have like a hard light layer pre-selected. just use a beatbox. There we go. That's better. Ow. Hey, throat, can you maybe not do that? That kind of hurt. There we go. Oh shoot, I still got a shade. Where is he? Here he is. Bless you! I have to shade the boy. My dude, my broski. Normal hard light. Tail. Oh, crap. Okay. There we go. I think that page is done. Now we save before it blows up. So I didn't drink some coffee. My burnt popcorn tasting coffee. Please don't crash. I'd be ever so grateful if you didn't. Okay, how long have we been streaming for? 2 hours? Oh, that's not much. Shoot. It's always been about mental health. Yeah, okay, yeah. I understand wanting to keep stuff like that to yourself. You know, you're just venting at that point. But the thing about waiting for the maybe one day when I'm good enough mentality is that you'll never just be good enough. Like, for me, when I was first thinking about making the Path to Brighter Stars, making my comic, I was like, okay, yeah, I'll make this comic once I'm good enough at art, or once I'm good enough at attempting to make comics and writing and whatnot. Then I'll actually start officially working on my comic and posting it. But you know, that's the thing. With that kind of mentality, I would have never have started posting or started even working on the Path to Brighter Stars, this comic, because I would have never have been good enough. And the only way to get good is to get going. Wanted to work on, but still, too. Yeah. If you're just waiting for the when I'm good enough, if you're just waiting for when you are good enough, you'll never be good enough. Because you'll never have the chance to get better. You'll always be at ground zero. Because if you look at the first page of this comic, compared to what I'm doing now, it is vastly different in skill level. Because I got going. I know, honestly, it's the best advice you'll ever receive, but it's also the worst because you hear it all the time. Is just do it. I know, it's the worst advice, but it's also the best advice. Overdone, overused, but it's still the best advice you'll get. Because if you're just waiting around for when you get good, or if you're not working on the thing because you're afraid of being bad, honestly, the worst that could happen if you start this thing or whatever project, the worst that can happen is that it'll never happen. Because if you're at least bad at something, then you know what to improve on. In order to be good at something, you gotta be bad at it first. Yeah. And I mean, there's nothing wrong with wanting to make a project as good as you can make it because you want it to be good. There's nothing wrong with that. Just bear in mind that if you keep focusing and waiting for yourself to get better, you won't. But also, with my, while we're talking about advice, just do the thing, but also have a plan. Because if you don't have a plan and you start working on an animated series or a comic series or anything that has to do with continuity and consistency, and you don't have a plan, you're gonna get bored and drop that project because you don't know where to go. It's okay if you don't know what you're doing, because you can figure that out along the way. But you should at least have a baseline trajectory. You know? Because if you don't have that at least somewhat figured out, you're gonna fail, and then you're gonna feel like shit, because it's like, oh well, I tried this but it didn't work out for me, I guess that means I can't do this. It's like, no, you can, you just need to know where a general direction of where you're gonna be launch, but look ahead, you know. Like, with Path to Brighter Stars, it's taken me a long, long frickin' time to get the story going, but I had, before I even posted page 1, I had a good idea of how it was going to end. You know, I know how I want the story to end. I don't know if it's actually going to end that way, because a few aspects of the story have changed along the way. Because that's just how writing and storytelling works. First plan A is never the finished product. But I at least have some idea of where I want it to go. And then Path to Brighter Stars is my practice series. That's what I keep telling myself anyway. It's my practice series for my other graphic novel, which is a little bit larger than a comic, you know. For my official graphic novel, Dreamwalkers. But like, along the way, you pick up on some things. Never start with your darling, because you'll not be happy with the finished result. And if that story is your baby, as hard as it is, maybe have that not be the one you're trying fresh out the gate, because you're going to be hypercritical of it. That's why a lot of comic artists start out by just doing fan comics. You know, just short little serials. Oh my god. I keep hitting the button. There's a button on my pen. Excuse me. That, changes from pen to eraser, and I keep hitting it because my fat fingers. It's funny, the actual ending of this comic came to me in a song. Or it came to be because I was listening to the song. I was like, oh, this is perfect. Oh, this is how it has to end. So whatever happens in the story, it has to end a very specific way. And I won't tell you what the song is, because that is a major spoiler. And I really want that. I want this ending to feel like how it was always supposed to end this way. now it's playing in my head and I want to sing it, but I don't want anyone to know what song I'm being inspired by for the ending, because then they're like, oh no, is this going to happen? And I'm like, shh, you're not supposed to know that. It's supposed to come out from behind and stab you in the back. And now I got the song stuck in my head and I'm sitting there like... I'm writing a few things. Oh yeah, I have projects, and I have projects that I've had going since I was like 10. And I kept all the manuscripts, and when I get ideas, I write them down, and I've started working on Dreamwalkers. Like, I have some like the prologue pages. So obviously you can start working on a project, but don't think of it as like the final product. It's not the final countdown. We can chill. It's barely halftime. What do you find is the best place to post comics? Apparently not what I'm using. A lot of people will say, Topastic. Don't use Wattpad. Whatever the hell you do not use Wattpad. I use DeviantArt, but that's because this is just a fan comic. Some people will suggest actually just make your own website and post your comic there. It's like, yeah, but a lot of people aren't just going to check out a private domain. So a lot of people use like Topastic. It's either Topastic or Tapas. I'm not sure what it is. Or Comic Fury is a very famous website. Honestly, I don't know. I read official comics at like readcomicsonline.com or whatever. Because that's where you can find like officially published comics. But when it comes to like fan posting, whatever domain you're on, I think if you can make it work, it will work. Like, I've made DeviantArt work for me. Even though a lot of people don't suggest using DeviantArt for comics. Because that's not DeviantArt's focus. I'm just, at this point, who cares? Who cares? Just don't use Wattpad. Whatever the hell not Wattpad. Webtoon. Fuck me. Don't use Webtoon. Wattpad's not for comics. Don't use Webtoon to post your comic. I've seen people post comic pages on Instagram, of all places, and I guess they're making it work. I was like, really? Of all places, Instagram. Okay. Well, if you can make it work, it will work. You can post your comic on Tumblr. Or Twitter. Who cares? As long as it's, like, something people like, or as long as people can tell that you like it, and it's a place that you are willing to post regularly, people will tune in. Like, I didn't think people were gonna read my comic, but I've gotten, when it was going, some regulars that would tune in weekly. It's not a comic. It's a comic, so they don't really tune in. But you know what I mean. would like they would look forward to the next few pages, and I would feel it through the comment section. It's like, oh, they're gonna hate this next page. Which was always fun. I can't wait. This isn't a spoiler because it's Warrior Cats, but I can't wait for the day when I kill off a few characters, because not only is it gonna hurt me so bad, because I've written stories where I've had to kill off characters, and oh my god, even though they were just like background characters, it hurt, man. It hurt so much. Is that too loud? Oh, no, that's there. It's too loud for me, anyway. So it's technically not a spoiler because warriors, everybody dies. But I can't wait to the day. I can't wait for that day. Because it's gonna hurt. But honestly, I think some of the other things that are coming up in this comic are gonna hurt worse than any character deaths, but who knows? Some things affect people differently. Like, I didn't realize when I first started writing the comic, I didn't realize so many people were going to hate the character Shorttail. I had no idea this guy was... people were going to hate him that much. I intentionally wrote him to be antagonistic and kind of annoying, but oh my, I had no idea people hated him that much. Which was kind of funny. But also kind of to his detriment, because then I unintentionally, as the writer, kind of leaned into him being a piece of shit. To the point where I've kind of fumbled on his character. Which wasn't my bad. So if anyone comments about Shorttail's sudden character change in these next few pages, it's because I realized, oh, I miswrote him. Oh well. C'est la vie. God dang it, I got that stupid song stuck on my head, and I want to sing bits of it because it's stuck on my head, but it is a major spoiler. It's such a major spoiler, I don't think I even have it on my official music playlist on my channel. Because I do have one. I have a streaming playlist that's just for Paths of Brighter Stars, and I have a music playlist that's mostly just their theme songs. I have a few songs in mind for certain scenes and arcs and whatnot, but I'm not sure if I have those on the playlist. I don't think I do. Oh, I need to fix Lion Stripes. Character song. The video I used for his song that I linked in his bio has been privated, so I need to go find a different version. I'm trying to, yeah, how much I can write. Yeah, because when you kill off a character, you're not just killing any. You're not just killing the character. You're killing any future development that could happen with the character. Any future interaction is gone now. Any arc or journey or line of dialogue that that character might have had is gone now. So when you kill off a character, you better be freaking sure you're doing it for the right reasons. I don't think I have sub alerts on this page, which is fine. I don't think they're all too necesito. So yeah, as much... Oh my god. They're on the same layer. I didn't mean to do that. I'm gonna get the main characters done for this page, and then I'm probably gonna end stream. Because how long have we been streaming? 2.5 hours. Yeah. I haven't had lunch yet. So anyway, when you kill off a character, pause. When you kill off a character, either make it because you know this is the perfect progression for that character's arc, or it's a tragedy because you're purposefully cutting it off. But if you're going to purposefully cut off a character's development, pick it up with something else, because it'll leave a hole. Like, in real life, when someone dies, they leave behind a hole. And that hole's gonna be there for the rest of your life. Because they are gone. In story, you kinda gotta be... not frugal, but... you know, you can afford to bring in a different character that still holds the same position, but is fundamentally different, because you don't want to just replace a character. But sometimes you create a character whose sole purpose is to die. I have a few characters in different stories that I've created specifically because I knew they needed to die for the sake of plot. I hate the term, I hate to admit to fridging, because I'll sadly admit I have fridged a few characters. Mostly love interests. I'm sorry. There's just no avoiding it in some cases. I didn't know it was an overused trope when I did it, but it's like, at this point, I can't go back, because if I do have them in the story, their presence actually affects the characters differently. So by them not being there specifically, makes other characters act a certain way that they normally wouldn't if said character was still around. So, that's what makes the character matter, because even if they're gone, their presence or lack of presence is still felt. That's how you make a character's death more meaningful. Not just meaningful as in made X character sad, but meaningful as in the only reason X character is acting this way is because Y character isn't around to stop them. Or to tell them, hey, breathe. That's what makes the death truly tragic. Because A, it was avoidable, and B, they still had so much left to offer. That's how you make a death tragic. But you keep it relevant, not just tragic and useless. You keep it relevant if their absence is still felt, even if the audience never really met them. But the audience has to feel their absence, even if they've never met them. So you also gotta bring that into consideration. You know it as the writer or the author or as the creator. You know what that character is like, or what that character would have been like if they were around, and how other people acted around them. But your audience doesn't have the same context clues that you do. So you gotta bring that in. You gotta bring it into the story. Even if it feels a little bit info dumpy, if it needs to be told, then tell it. Telling isn't necessarily bad if it's necessary for the sake of audience clarity. Clarity for the audience. There we go. For the sake of clarity for the audience, telling is sometimes okay. Because you can show character is grieving for death of other character, but you also gotta say, you gotta have, like, you don't have to say, oh, you changed when X character died. You could just have another character just say, what's up with you? You don't normally act like this. What's wrong? And then you can have a Y character say, are you seriously asking me what's wrong? You know what's wrong. And then you can have other character pause and say, okay, I'm sorry. I know you miss them. I miss them too. You know, just bring that up. Show that character is acting out of character, even if the audience has no context for that. But then you also have to show scenes and maybe even throw in a flashback of them acting the way they would normally be acting. And show them, oh, in this flashback, look, they're so happy and relaxed and chill. And, oh, it's because that character's around and that character was their moral compass or whatever. So if you're gonna kill off a character just for plot reasons, actually make it relevant to the plot, not just make character sad. Like, in the example of Star Wars, the death of Shmi Skywalker wasn't just to make Anakin sad. Her death helped push Anakin towards the dark side. If Shmi hadn't died, Anakin's story would have turned out a lot differently. If Shmi hadn't died and Anakin couldn't save her, then Anakin wouldn't have been so terrified of the idea of Padme dying and not being able to save her, which was the whole reason he went along with Sidious in the first place, is because he had lost someone before. And he swore to himself that he wouldn't let someone he loved die again. So Shmi Skywalker was not fridged. Her death was felt by everyone, even characters that didn't know her because they knew Anakin, or more importantly, they knew Vader. So her death was felt even by characters that had nothing to do with Tatooine. Info dumping through dialogue only if it fits the character. That's a fine line to walk. If you have to start off an info dump with "as you know," it's bad info dumping. And it happens a lot. It happens a lot in movies and whatnot. It's kind of annoying because I'm like, oh, come on, guys. The professionals are here. Even I know not to do that. My favorite kind of literary tragedy is one that you don't immediately pick up on. Is then you will watch the series or watch the movie or read the content and then go, "Oh, wow. Yeah, that happened." And then when you finish the story, you're like, "Oh. Oh, that happened. Oh, God." Yeah, we all know the "as you know" bit is lazy writing because the that just screams, we're trying to fill in the audience because we think they can't keep up. Because why would you have a now? That's not to say like it doesn't happen in real life because there are plenty of meetings that could have just been an email. Or you can tell if something is just an info dump when a character says, "Yeah, thanks for the 5th grade recap." It's like, that was purely thrown in because of the audience, and even the characters know it was just thrown in for the audience. God, man. Thinking about the scene where Shmi Skywalker dies, that the music in that scene is so good because it's not triumphant, it's not epic, it's like when you listen to the music, you feel fear. You know? Like, when remember first watching that as a kid, hearing the music, I could see Anakin was angry, but the music was making me feel scared. So it showed Anakin was lashing out in anger, but also in fear. He was lashing out. And that's all it was. It wasn't vengeance. It wasn't justice. He was lashing out. Because he was in pain. Hey, Snowy Prince. We're talking about how to properly kill off characters. And I know fridging is a term, is when a character dies off screen, basically put in the fridge, for the for main character to find, just for the main character to be sad about something. And then that character has no other contribution to the plot aside from just being dead. And I know it's a trope. It happens a lot in media, and it's kind of annoying, but I'll admit, I have done it. I have fridged a few characters. Mostly because when I first wrote the story, they weren't a character, and then I'm sitting there like, I need more characters for this thing to work. But also, they wouldn't really have a point in the story or the plot. They're just here to fill in because XYZ character needs a mom. I'm like, damn it, so I guess I have to kill them off screen then. So yeah, I have fridged. Dreamwalkers has a lot of fridged characters, and I admit it. I could go back and fix it, but at this point, it's like, okay, a few of them are dead for a reason, for like specific reasons. Why are the colors different? Oh well. I'll admit, I have accidentally I have fridged a few characters. But, like I was saying earlier, their death is still felt. Their absence is felt by the characters. So hopefully the audience can pick up on that. Can pick up on the fact that it's like, oh, it's obvious they feel someone is missing from this conversation. That doesn't like require me saying, oh, he changed since his wife has died. Because characters know that. Like, they know this guy is acting a certain way because his wife is dead. And whatnot. So I hope people can just pick up on that. Like, can y'all just do all the brain work? Because I got plot to write. Alright, audience, here's 2 plus 2. You guys do the math. Oh man, that's not unhealthy. If you can't go a day without thinking about whatever project or whatever creation, then you know that's what you're like meant to do with your life. If you can't go a day without thinking about it, that's your passion. Now, that is not to confuse things with a hyperfixation, because those fade and go into those come and go. So don't rededicate your life every time you get a new hyperfixation. I'm on the wrong layer. Oh well. I mean, to use a personal example, I'm currently hyper focusing on Transformers, but I can't dedicate my entire life to Transformers just because I'm currently hyper focusing on them, and everything I'm working and think about and doing makes me think about them. Everything just reminds me of her. But that did, hold on, I gotta fix that. That did inspire me to maybe one day I can work on my own pitch for Transformers, because I have an idea for a story and I kind of want it to be told. So maybe one day I'll be working on my own version of Transformers officially, or it's just gonna be a very elaborate fan fiction I tell one day. But the thing that I spend all of my waking hours thinking about is my stories, writing, characters. That's what I spend all of my brain power thinking about. So my purpose in life is telling stories. Stories that other people also might need to hear. So that is my purpose in life. Whatever the subject matter is, it depends on the story. I can't take credit for that life advice because I read it from somewhere else. I can't remember what it was for the life of me, but you know, like his famous quotes was his famous quote was, "Dedicate your life to the the thing you can't go a day thinking about you can't go a day without thinking about." Yeah, dedicate your life to the thing you can't go a day without thinking about. Whatever that may be, or whatever form that may take. Because for me, I think about a lot of things every day, But the through line is they're all about stories I could tell. Everything I interact with ties back to my story somehow. So that means I must dedicate my life to my stories. It's gonna be a long road. But it'll be one hell of a ride. Hello, phone that I forgot to mute. I'm gonna save and then probably end stream here. Yeah, it's 1 o'clock. I need to eat lunch. And this background is just... backgrounds are just gonna take me 5 years. So, how long have we be streaming? 3 hours. That's about my average. Am I actually gonna end stream here, or do I just need a break? Who's mass posting on this? What the hell? Y'all chill. Anyway. Am I gonna end stream, or do I just need a break? That's one thing I haven't figured out on the streaming aspect. I don't know what I could do if I need to just take a break. Because that's the important thing about working hard on long projects. You just need to take a break. So, yeah. I haven't quite figured that out yet. It's still snowing. My goodness, it looks like a snow globe out there. It's pretty, though. Oh, I hope my parent... My mom had to take our kittens to the vet today because they need their rabies shots so they can go outside. But, oh my goodness, hopefully the roads are clear. It doesn't look like it's storming, but we've been lucky so far. Usually it is so windy up at where we live all the time. But so far we've been pretty lucky with the wind. I'm wondering, yeah, what could I do on stream when I need to take a break on something? That doesn't involve a whole lot of brain power, but wouldn't just cause me to veg out, you know? Because some people, if they need to, like, take a break on stream, or if they need to eat, they'll just pull up a video and do reaction content, which I think is kind of lazy. But, you know, Pezzy does it. When he needs to eat, he'll just bring up a Nukes video. Or if he's waiting for his food to arrive, he'll start playing Wordle and whatnot. But he actually has a streaming PC set up so he can afford to, like, open up a million tabs while streaming and whatnot. I don't have that privilege. I have a Core i3. That means my computer is barely holding it together for the live streams that I'm doing right now. My computer was glitching out when I did the tier list on the candies. So maybe what I could do... You know what? Yeah. I need to take a break, so what we can do is just chat, I guess. I don't know. Let's brainstorm ideas. What can I do on streams that doesn't require a whole lot of strain on my poor little PC that if I just need to take a break from drawing for a sec, but don't really want to end stream. Because, I like the conversation. My throat, I think my throat's fine. Yeah. My throat's fine, so it's not like I need to take a break from talking. Which, if I need to, take those kinds of breaks, as I've had to do that, where my voice was just gone by the end of stream, then it's like, oh yeah, we need to end stream, because my voice is shot. But for me, it's like, I'm just kind of bored working on comics, because it's, the way I work on comics is, you guys see it. It's full-ass illustrations for, each panel. And it's like, man, I can't keep doing that all the time. I need to take a break. But I don't want to end stream, because it's only been, 3 hours? That's, average. It's average. And we're having fun. We're chilling. Yeah, we chilling. I don't have any snacks here. And I hate eating on stream, because then you guys just hear me slurping, even though I do. I have a really cute Sprite for when I'm just eating. This is the Sprite I use for when I'm eating food. Because most times when I'm streaming, sometimes my sister will come in and bring, a bowl of noodles, because that's usually what she has for lunch, and then she'll just make me some extra. So anyway, that's always fun. And I've been annoyed by ADHD since the stream is off. I was really insecure about it. No, it's fine. It's fine. I have 80 of the HDs, so off-topic questions are completely fine. But some people on streams are like, I have ADHD, so no off-topic questions, because we need to stay on topic in order for me to get the job done, or to finish this conversation. But nah, not here, bestie. Throw in the off-topic questions, as long as it's not too #random lol xd, as long as it has something to do with creativity or projects, TV shows that we're vaguely talking about. It's like, oh, you were talking about whatever, so that reminded me of a different game series I liked. It's like, that's fine. I get it. Or if you want to, ask advice. And yeah, you're not annoying. You're not annoying, Waffles. You know what is annoying? Having Boo sitting just less than 3 feet to the right of me that I wanted to finish for New Year's, but didn't. And I'm like, damn. I got just a little bit of pumpkin spice rum chata left over that I first opened, I think, in November, October. And on the bottle, it says, drink within 6 months of opening. And I'm sitting here like, has it been 6 months? I don't remember when I opened this. When was it given to me? Oh God, I should drink that. But there's a lot left. And the thought was to stream Wednesday and have it be a boozy stream while I was working on the comic, just to be funny. But I know when I'm on the rum chata, I don't get goofy silly when I drink alcohol. I get bored. I get what's the proper way to introduce it? When I drink rum chata, I just want to curl up in a ball and go to sleep. But if it was any other alcohol, if we were drinking soju or whatnot, oh, I'd be a chatterbox. Because soju, for some reason, turns off filters for me. So then I would just keep working and just be singing the whole time, which would be funny. But at the same time, I'd feel like I'd be embarrassed, as then I'd look back on the stream and went, oh no. I should not have said that. Nothing cancel worthy, but it's like, oh. Excuse me. There are some things you should just keep off stream. So, like, I don't think we'll ever do a drunk live stream. Even though that rum chata does need to get drunk. It needs to get drunk. It's pumpkin spice rum chata. And my sister doesn't drink alcohol, my dad doesn't drink alcohol, and my mom doesn't like pumpkin spice. So, I'm the only one drinking it. I'm just, damn. What do I do? Because I don't like being drunk, okay? I don't mind being tipsy. You know, having a little bit to drink. I don't like being drunk. Yeah?
Did you buy that, or is that from your brother?
That's from the bro.
Oh, okay. Because if it was just plain rum chata, I wouldn't have a problem with that. But you said it's pumpkin spice, so.
Yeah, it's pumpkin spice.
No, nasty.
I mean, it's just cinnamon.
You're on your own, kid.
I was looking at the whiskey yesterday when we were at Walmart. I'm like, damn! Jack Daniels is expensive! And I was looking at the Fireball, and I'm like, damn! I'm a cheap drunk! Because I like Fireball. And it's like the cheapest whiskey out there. And I'm like, I don't care. If it tastes good, drink it. And a lot of alcohol does not taste good because I don't like beer. You know, I hate beer. I don't like. Yeah, I say I don't like the yeasty flavor, but when it comes to like dough, like actual bread dough or like biscuit dough, oh, I love raw biscuit dough. I love raw cookie dough. I love bread dough. I love the smell and the flavor and working with it. But when it comes to beer, I don't. Me no likey. I don't know. Maybe I'm just picky. And my mug does say non-alcoholic beverage on stream, so it'd be kind of funny if my cup says non-alcoholic beverage while I'm boozed up. Yeah, let me get it. And it's what? It's 13.75%. Something specifically about rum chata that makes me not really sleepy drunk, but it looks like I'm sleepy because it's just goes straight to my head and I'm just fuzzy. And I don't like feeling fuzzy in the brain because I like my thoughts are already all over the place enough as is. I don't like it when they're because alcohol just makes that even more fuzzy and out of place. But it's specifically rum chata because soju doesn't do that to me. Soju makes me chatty and giggly. Well, not really giggly because the last time I was tipsy because I've never been drunk, just tipsy. There's a difference. Because drunk means you have like no filter and you like probably aren't going to remember most of this the next day, or you've impaired motor and mental function. Tipsy is like, okay, I'm a bit buzzed, but I can still, have control over myself. Last time I was tipsy on soju was, my sister's graduation, which was, oh God. I thought she graduated 2018.
Which sister?
Tab.
Oh, yeah. 2019.
That was 19?
Yeah.
So yeah, like 5 years ago by now. And when I was tipsy on soju, I was basically the same, but I was talking with the Fosters the whole time. And they were... because I was talking, and I'm like, I'm going to finish this sentence even if I have to start over 3 times. I'm going to finish this... And I remember I was talking and I was and I brought up the drink and they're like, yeah, that'll help. And and I looked at him, pointed, and said, I'm gonna finish this goddamn sentence, even if it takes me my whole life. And I finished my sentence. So yeah, like, different kinds of alcohol affects me differently, even though it's all just fermented beans mostly. I mean, I don't know. Rum chata is horchata with rum, and rum is sugar. Or it's made from sugar. Whiskey is made from corn. I have no idea what soju is made out of. So whatever the hell is in soju, that one makes me, I don't want to say giggly, because I wasn't giggly. I was just, I'm going to say this sentence, and it's going to take me 3 tries, but we're going to do this.
Rice?
I thought that was sake.
Oh, that is sake. Soju.
But soju could be Korean rice? I don't know.
Yeah,
because soju's Korean.
Right. Because June brought
I no idea. No, whatever soju's made out of. Bit his son when he was drunk. Yeah, see, that's why I don't like being drunk, because you do shit that you normally wouldn't. And people say, oh, when you're drunk, you're showing your true self. No, when you're drunk, you're mentally impaired. So you're not acting like yourself. You're acting like not yourself. Specifically not yourself. Like, are we really gonna blame Boromir for the things he said and tried to do to Frodo when he was drunk? Not drunk, but when he was under the influence of the One Ring? It wasn't his fault. He was, by lack of a better term, under the influence. He normally would never have done that. Because Boromir's a good man. And I'm sick of people saying that he isn't. Boromir's a good man, damn it. I am a Boromir stan, and I will die on that hill. It's a hell of a hill to die on, but at least I'm dead. That's the wrong... Yeah, to a certain extent, it isn't your fault, but if you know you do horrible things under the influence, yeah. Yeah, if you know you have a tendency to get violent if you're under the influence, then it is your fault for constantly putting yourself in that situation. But if you're, like, got drunk because you were, like, just at a party or something, and someone has the nerve to say, do you have any idea what you said to me last night? I was like, no, I'm sorry. Whatever it wasn't, I'm sorry. I mean, you can't, people should still be held accountable, but they shouldn't be held as accountable as if they did it when they were sober. You know? It's different. I don't have a Sprite to show when I'm talking to someone else. So.
Oh, I was just going to say, it's rice. Rice, wheat, or barley.
Oh, so it is rice.
Mm-hmm. So
okay.
Korean rice, wheat, or barley.
I was right! So soju is made from rice. So rice stuff doesn't make me dopey. It just makes it impossible for me to talk. It just cranks up my ADHD just a little bit more. But even then, the soju we were drinking was peach soju, and that's barely 13%. I mean, I don't even think it's 10. The rum shot is 13, and it's been sitting on my desk for a while, so it might be a little bit more than 13. But it's literally just, I can't find the ingredients on here because they don't want you to know. Yeah, best enjoyed within 6 months after opening, gluten-free, caramel flavor, no refrigeration necessary. Which, thank God for that, because if I did have to refrigerate this, my dad would get pissed off, because he doesn't like alcohol in the house. Yeah, but yeah, some accountability should be held. It's not like they get off scot-free. Oh, I was drunk, so I didn't know. It's like, yeah, but you got yourself to that point. So there is that amount of accountability that should be held. But it's different than if someone had did something terrible and was sober, rather than they did something and was drunk. Well, it depends on what it was. It depends on what it was. Like, let's calm down for a sec. Like, if someone said you look fat in that dress and they were drunk, it's like, you know what? You're drunk. You're being a little too mouthy. If you were sober, you wouldn't say that. You'd say it differently, because you are literally, the part of your brain that controls logic is turned off when you're drunk. It's the same when you're angry. When you're angry, the logic section of your brain gets turned off. I keep hitting the wrong page. It gets turned off. So you're not acting how you normally would, because your higher brain functions are impaired. So yeah, to an extent, but not 100%. At least in my opinion. Anyway. Well, I think what we're just gonna do for stream breaks now is just do chats. Just chatting. Probably not enough to switch the stream tag on Twitch to just chatting, but I don't know. I'm still getting used to Twitch. Because I watch some streams on Twitch, because a lot of my favorite YouTubers also stream on Twitch, but most of the time, if they're dual streaming on Twitch or YouTube, I'm gonna watch on YouTube and maybe chat on Twitch, because they're most likely going to see it. But when it comes to the viewing experience, YouTube's a lot better, because A, less ads, B, it's clearer. For some reason on my end, Twitch is so fuzzy. So if someone's dual streaming on YouTube and Twitch, I'm gonna watch it on YouTube and use Twitch for like, if I want to interact with chat. Because nothing against YouTube chat, is some of y'all on YouTube have like forgotten what it means to interact with each other. Now, not you guys. Not my chat. Y'all are good. Y'all have been very respectful. I am so thankful that you guys that I haven't had anybody that was overtly toxic. Some jokes that were said that were definitely like, oh, okay. But, I don't know, I laughed at it. But I don't think we've had anybody in chat genuinely make anyone else uncomfortable. I did have to warn a few people that were, I think they were trauma dumping. I don't remember. And it was like, hey, we talk about mental health problems a lot on this channel, so I understand if you thought that that was okay here, but for the most part, I'm not a therapist, so if you need a vent, the YouTube chat where I'm drawing cats is not the place to do it. Unless you just, saying is, hey guys, I've just been going through something rough and it involves family. We can say, oh bless, and hey man, it's okay. We're all in this together. But no personal details need to be revealed. You know what I'm saying? I especially have it in my chat rules on Twitch, no trauma dumping, because some people on Twitch, I've seen those Twitch ban appeals, it's like, oh, you need to go to therapy, buddy. that is not the play. This is neither the time nor the place for any of that. Have you considered the cops? Or they'll say something like that, and then in their ban appeal, they'll be like, what the hell, I was just joking. It's like, okay, buddy. The thing about jokes is that they're funny. That wasn't funny. Oh, what? Oh, my dog is the puppies. Blankies are out of order. He's gotta get... There you go. There you go. Turn around. He's so bossy and so particular about the ordination of his blankets. I don't know why I said it like that. He doesn't sound like that in my head. Yeah, I just need to realize that there's no shame in it. Exactly. There is no shame in needing therapy. Every single person on this planet needs therapy. Therapy doesn't mean you're mentally ill. Therapy just means you're talking to a professional about what's going on in your little noggin. That's it. That's what therapy is. That's what good therapy is. You are speaking to a professional. It's like feeling shame for having to go to a mechanic. It's like, hey, there's no shame in going to a mechanic. If your car needs help, get it. You don't want your car to blow up on the freeway and cause an accident. So why are we treating our minds like they're less important than the check engine light? Because even if there's no problem, because half the time when the check engine light comes on, it's not an issue. It's not. Most of the time, it's not. But it wouldn't hurt to get it looked at, you know? I have a therapist because lights are a bit bright for me and stuff. Yeah, exactly. Just want to talk about sensory overload and whatnot. And therapists, a good therapist is just there to give you advice. Sound good insight on what is going on. Even if it's to tell you, hey, that's normal. It's like, oh, okay, thank you. Now I know I'm not crazy. It's like, and your therapist will know, oh, you're crazy. But that's not why you're crazy. It's like, oh, okay. it depends on the therapist, you know. Like, it's same with the marriage counselor. You don't have to go to a marriage counselor because your marriage is in trouble. You should, in fact, go to a marriage counselor even if you feel like your marriage is going great. Because it's just talking to a professional who is trained to deal with stuff like this and knows what to do, or at least should know what to do. It's just saying, hey, you guys are doing great, but if certain behaviors continue, it will lead to problems down the line. It's like, oh, thank you. Now, the same thing is said with doctors. Like, you should go get a checkup every 6 months or so. And I'm sitting there like, jeez. Yeah, I can advocate going to the mechanic. I can advocate going to a therapist and not feel ashamed about it. But for some reason, when it comes to doctors, man, it's like, ugh. Doctors are expensive. They are. They really are. And it's an unfair amount of expensive. Therapists are expensive too, but I don't know, something about therapy just makes more sense to me than going to a doctor, because most therapists don't diagnose you with fat when you go and talk to them about your mental health. A lot of doctors that I've talked to have just diagnosed me with being woman's disease. It's like, oh yeah, that's normal for a woman to feel this way on her period. It's like, I feel like I've been stabbed. Is that normal? No, that's PCOS. Awesome! Especially if you have a chronic illness. If you have a chronic illness, doctors just don't help at all, because they'll find nothing on the CT, not a CT scan, but you know what I mean. They'll find nothing on the scan. Your charts are normal, and you're like, I'm literally dying. I was like, well, shrug, we don't know what's wrong. That'll be $3,000. Just don't live in America. Yeah, solid advice. Just don't live in America. Or just travel to another country if you need to go to the doctor. Just be rich enough to go to a foreign country. Like, just go to Korea if you need a doctor. You'll see a specialist within the hour. Within the hour, you'll see a specialist. How much are flights to Korea? Like, 1,000? Live in America, because then you got good rights and what. Because, you know, you got rights and whatnot, but. And that's where all the football is. Yeah, just get injured elsewhere. Or if you get cancer, just like move to. Oh, who has really good? Just move to Sweden. Oh yeah, or Israel. Just move to Israel if you have cancer. They've got some state-of-the-art advancements in cancer research that are working, that work, and that aren't chemo. If you need, like, same with education. If you want to get educated, just don't go to America. Just move to Sweden. Move to Norway. Get some healing oil. Yeah, some herbal essence. Hey, no joke. Herbal remedies work sometimes work a hell of a lot better than any medication the doctor will bring up. More often than not, herbal remedies work better. Sure, you have to take more of it than being heavily medicated, but at least with herbal remedies, these side effects don't give you throat cancer. Or don't give you the possibility of throat cancer, like some medications. Like, their side is like, yeah, it'll heal your diarrhea, but you'll have, like, bleeding from the eye sockets, and it'll lower your car insurance. Most herbal remedies don't do that. Every time I think about healing oils, I think of that edited Glade scented oil plug-in fan commercial with Insane Clown Party. It's all around you, don't even know it. It's just there in the air. This shit'll blow your motherfucking mind. Magic everywhere in this bitch. Every time someone brings up oil remedies or like essential oils, I think of that commercial specifically, and I don't know why, but it's so damn funny. If you know, you know. That is a god dang funny edit. And it's just Glade scented oil fan. And anytime I see them, I start laughing too. When I see them in the store, oh my god, I'm laughing my butt off. Like, everyone's looking at me weird, because I'm just... It's all around you, don't even know it. It's just there in the air. Magic everywhere in this bitch. Glade scented oil fan. Pure motherfucking magic! Proof my sense of humor is broken. I saw I don't even know what the video's called. You know the meme Freebird? There's like, free bird, yeah. And then there's like a piece of bread that's just in the dryer. And the piece of bread floats down and is spinning in the dryer. In the clothing dryer. It's like, god dang it, why is that so funny? Oh, my humor's broken. First time I saw that, I laughed for 20 minutes. I was wheezing. I was laughing so hard. I say it wasn't even funny, but oh my god, it was funny though. Okay. Sorry, I had to pull out the Yakko oh my god. The Yakko Warner for that one. There we go. Here we go. Here we go. Now, what am I going to have in the background for Hazelpaw's bit? Because he's, like, sitting here. So, what's going to be in the background for him is, like, the log, the tree, maybe a different tree. It's just going to be a bunch of trees. So this horrible AI-generated ad. It was so funny to advertising a product without even showing actual footage of it. Have you seen, speaking of, that reminded me, have you seen the fucking Coca-Cola commercial that was all AI-generated? Have you seen that? It was an official, licensed Coca-Cola ad. I am so fucking mad about that. It looked like garbage, and I like Coca-Cola. I used to really like Coke. Now they did the shit with the AI, and I just I mean, it's one thing if it was like an AI that just made a commercial, and Coke was like, "Whoa, time out. That's our product. Sue." But no. No. So this is my formal resignation from the Coca-Cola fan club. I will be joining the Dr. Pepper hype train because Dr. Pepper is just better. And Dr. Pepper has been reaching out with new flavors. Have you guys seen some of the new flavors Dr. Pepper's been coming out with? It's like, man, they're going to take Coke's place. Doctor even told me to drink Coke to solve my headaches, bro. What kind of witch doctor? Did this doctor also happen to... Okay, hang on. I'm trying to think of a joke here. Did your doctor also say the magic words were ooh, ee, ooh, ah, ah, ting, tang, walla, walla, bing, bang? Because if so, I think that might have just been a witch doctor. Was the doctor's diploma sponsored by Coke? It kind of makes sense because Coke does have a lot of caffeine in it, but Coca-Cola specifically? I just drink Monster at that point. If caffeine is what you need, just drink Monster at that point. It's probably got less sugar. Because that's what'll kill you. The Diet Cokes, while they have less sugar, they have aspartame in it, which aspartame is known to cause headaches. And I don't like the flavor of diet sodas anyway. It does work though, and yeah, maybe it's one of those placebo effect things. They did. Maybe it's one of the, you're told it's going to work for your headaches, so your brain says this is going to cure my headaches, and just goes. It could be it, but at the same time, Coke's got a lot of stuff in it. It was probably mostly the caffeine, because I get caffeine withdrawal headaches. I know it's unhealthy. Y'all don't need to tell me. I know my caffeine addiction is bordering on the unhealthy. And by bordering, I mean legit fucking is unhealthy. But I get a headache if I don't have it, man. Caffeinated tea would work, but it's less yeah. Oh, I highly suggest drinking black tea. That stuff is legit good for you. Like, especially chai tea. Oh my god. I know, chai means tea, but hey, there's different kinds of tea in America, so I have to specify chai. I should just say Indian tea. That stuff is good for you. And it's cinnamon. Oh, speaking of AI commercials, I don't know if it was AI or what, but it's living in my head rent free. Have you guys seen the Burger King commercial that someone took the Whopper, Whopper, Triple Whopper, the song, but put it to the tune of Harder, Better, Faster, Stronger? Have you guys seen that? It's like, the video is called Harder, Better, Faster, Whopper. I know it's not an official commercial, but holy shit. That video, that song, that audio lives in my head rent-free. Mostly because I really liked the song originally, so I'm just like, I'm just Whopper, Whopper, Triple Whopper, Double Junior. When it tastes so perfect topper, I won't miss this day. Lettuce, mayo, pickles, ketchup. It's okay if I don't want that Whopper my way, Whopper my way. That damn commercial. I'm just banging my fist on the table, just like, why is that so fucking catchy? The bottom of the cup was like sand. Yeah, you gotta get like a specific brand, different brands of tea brew differently. So you gotta be mindful of that. And a Whopper my way, Whopper my way, Whopper, Whopper, triple Whopper, double junior. Oh, fuck, it's stuck in my head now. But goodness, is it catchy. I live in fear because now anytime I hear the song Harder, Better, Faster, Stronger, it's like, great, am I gonna only hear the Whopper tune now? Is that gonna be my life? Am I gonna spend the rest of my life thinking about and because I like that song. I like Daft Punk. I think they're the greatest. But ooh, is that gonna be my life now? I swear to God, if it is, I'm gonna be pissed. And a Whopper my way, Whopper. Fuck! Okay. Shh. Sorry. It's stuck in my head now. I've done this to myself. Have heard that. Oh my God. It is. It's an earworm. It's living. I can feel it crawling around in my brain. It's a brain invader. I can feel it. I can feel it eating away at my synapses. Oh, son of a gun. That's not the word. Okay. I've doomed myself now. Hey, at least I got the other song out of my head, so that's nice. Now I won't feel tempted to sing it. I've lived my entire life with ADHD and learning just to deal with it. But there are some times, bro, sometimes where I'm like, you know what? What would Focalin do for me? What would ADHD would it help? Now, to some medications, you hear the horror stories of, like, Adderall literally turning you into a zombie. Or, like a vegetable and whatnot. It's just like, oh, frick. But at the same time, you're like, you know what? At this point, I'll take it. It's a risk I'm willing to take. Guys, I'm dying here. he was able to do his homework and stuff, but it did lose his appetite. Yeah, I've heard about the meds either completely killing your personality so that you almost had nothing left, or it just ruined your appetite. I've heard it either or could happen. But then again, I'm like, another part of me is like, you know what, but a lot of the ideas I had for stories came to me because I was in the middle of, because I was having an ADHD moment. So it's just like trading one for another. It's like, but what if my need to spend 12 hours of my day just looking for something to listen to in the background while I work could be avoided if I just took some damn medication to where I didn't need that anymore. So it was one of those things where I don't know how it will affect me, but it's like, is the risk worth is it worth the risk? Dopamine it lacks so you can focus, but it's not foolproof. Okay, so all I need is dopamine. Okay, so I just need to eat more kiwis. Oh, I'm not complaining. I love kiwis. The only thing the problem is they're really hard to get a hold of. Did I color the line art? I did, preemptively. I feel like that scene from the Looney Tunes show where Daffy's like, "You a narcissist? You're a sociopath. You made fun of the elderly." It's like, those are just quirks. It's like, why should I take ADHD medication? Well, you lose focus every 5 seconds. Your brain is constantly jumping from different topics. You never have focus on a task long enough, and when you finally do get started on a task, you can't be interrupted at all. Those are just quirks. A part of me wonders how much of my personality is just ADHD moment. But it's like being. It's like if you have bipolar disorder, it's like how much of your personality is bipolar disorder? And are you willing to just live with it for the rest of your life? When it's actually not your personality, it's just your mood swings and whatnot. Well, it's not just the mood swings and bipolar disorder. It's the mania and the depression and whatnot, which is the exact opposite of your real personality. But I'm I can't even afford ADHD medication anyway, so I don't even know why I'm bothering thinking about this as much as I am. sure it'd be a lot. Yeah, yeah. So like, if I was bipolar, which I'm not, I don't need a diagnosis to know I'm not bipolar. Like, if I was, that would definitely be something that does get in the way of having a normal, regulated life. But, ADHD is just one of those things where you can cope and in a non condescending way. Now, for some people, it's unbearable. That's just my sister. For some people, it's unbearable. Someone walked by the window and I was, oh. That's an ADHD moment. Okay. Momentarily distracted. All right, back on topic. But also, I read somewhere where, like, all of the ADHD, all the symptoms of ADHD are actually survival fear responses that never turn off. And I wonder how much of that is actually true. But wait a minute, that doesn't make sense lighting-wise. Sun's this way. So it should be here. There we go. It's just I wonder how much of that is true, because like, what happens when you're like having an ADHD moment? Because mine comes in waves. Like, sometimes I'm locked in. Like, laser focused, locked in, nothing can stop me now because I'm having a good time, And other times it's like I can't focus on shit right now. Like, if you asked me what my favorite song was and to sing the lyrics, I couldn't tell you, because anytime I'd start thinking about anything, add BK, have it your way. I think really what has ruined most people with ADHD are jingles. Our commercial jingles. Because that bullshit will just get in your head and won't leave. Because they're like, okay, yeah, we need a shopping, we need to go to Walmart and Stan's. It's save the most at Stan's Merry Mart. Ow! What the fuck? Okay, get out of here. There's Ace is the place, your local hardware store. I don't even shop at Ace Hardware. And I know their jingle. And anytime I see it, I'm like, Ace is the place, your local hardware. It's like getting a commercial stuck in your head. So I think that's really screwed up this generation with ADHD. Because like back in caveman times, ADHD was like a superpower. Because you can multitask, you can like, hyper focus on getting the baskets getting woven, you can keep your head on a swivel because you gotta look out for, dinosaurs and whatnot. And there were no fluorescent lights in caveman times or like in any other pre-existing era. Fluorescent lights bugged the hell out of me because they're constantly flickering and I pick up on that. It didn't bother me as much as it bothered my sister, however, because I just coped. In a non-condescending way, I just coped. It's like, yeah, I got a headache, but you just deal with it, You just think about something else. Just go somewhere else in your head. And then there you go. But then I was constantly spacing out in class because I was dissociating from the situation. your sensories come from survival instincts, but I believe. Yeah. Now, sensory issues are a different animal. Because if some noises are just too, some textures are just too much, and that has nothing to do with survival. It's just making you uncomfortable. Like with ADHD, it means you can either multitask or dedicate all your brain power to a single task to get it done. You know, and being able to pivot at a moment's notice. With like autism and sensory issues, you're just uncomfortable. You're upset, you're uncomfortable, you're irritated because the fabrics, the sound of these certain fabrics rubbing together is stuck in your teeth and it's making you sweaty. What the fuck does that have to do with survival? Nothing. It's just making it harder. Now, being able to pick up on certain frequencies, that's a survival instinct because certain animals only only communicate on certain frequencies. So if you can pick up on that, that's different. But for like most sensory issues, like some sensory issues I have, I can't deal with the hum of crowds if I'm trying to listen to something. Like if I'm standing next to someone and they're talking to me, but there's also like a crowd of people loudly talking across the street, I'm gonna hear their conversation more than the person right in front of me. And that can be tied back to survival in a way. You're more aware of your surroundings than the average person. But it's to a debilitating degree that you actually feel more overwhelmed than if you were in caveman era, gotta watch out for the predators that might be hiding in the bushes thing. Because some people are just loud. Humans are just really loud, and we're a lot. Coming up on 2:30. So I'm gonna actually, fuck it, I'm gonna finish this page and then end stream because I don't have the other line art for the other ones done. And they're gonna have to be leaving for the vet appointment soon, so I'll need to be more present in the house because of that. And I need to do laundry. Fuck, I need to do laundry. Wait, that needs to be a 65. Damn! Wouldn't be as bad if I wasn't constant. Yeah, just by looking at my phone. Exactly. The society that we have created is not ADHD friendly. It's not autism friendly. It's not ADHD friendly. Oh my god, it's on the wrong setting. There we go. Just thinking about Times Square in New York City makes me feel overstimulated. Because that's just a lot of flashing lights, moving people. I was in a fucking Costco. What was it? Last night? No, that was Tuesday. Like, Tuesday night, I was at a damn Costco with just people moving around, fluorescent lights, shopping, trying to drive a cart, everyone else driving their carts, moving around, talking, me trying to find certain things that are on our list. Haven't been to a Costco in a while, so I didn't know where everything was, actually. I was feeling so overstimulated that I couldn't see. My eyes were wide open, but I couldn't see what was going on. The noise was too much. What the hell? Cats. I'm saying when the music's too loud and you can't see where you're driving. It's like, yeah, that's exactly it. Cut that out, I can't see. But then I'm also hyper aware of if someone else finds me annoying. Hyper aware in the fact that I always think someone's annoyed by me. And I'm sorry for existing, I'm in your way, I'm sorry. It's like, no, you're not. You just need... We're all trying to get someplace, and we're all existing in the same space. So... And it was like New Year's Eve. Yeah, it was New Year's Eve, so of course people were, trying to get some last minute shopping in, trying to get some deals going. The workers, they're working on New Year's Eve. Gotta just do a party soon. So it was just a lot of everybody trying to be everywhere at once. Have they left yet? Stand by. Does Dixie need to go out? Because she's whining about something. I don't know if she's bothered. Of course no one responded. Is not knowing when I'm thirsty. I thankfully don't have that issue. I just forget to drink sometimes, which I'm going to be drinking water real quick. So everyone hydrate. Everyone hydrate. This is your hydration station. And it needs to be water. Coffee doesn't count. Juice doesn't count either. My problem is I'm actually overhydrated most of the time. Because I drink too much water, because I like drinking water. Hello. My Discord just badungled. I don't think I have autism. Then again, I've never been diagnosed, but I have been diagnosed with ADHD, and I know I have that. Because there's no way any of this is normal. Nope, that's the wrong green. Alright, hello. almost done. Just working on the last few bits. Pardon me. Sometimes I think I might be, like, I might have a little bit of the tism, because, some things about autism is like, you know what, that would make sense if I was autistic because of certain instances that I remember happening, but that might have just been me being socially awkward and less than just not understanding social cues. Because some people's brand of sarcasm is, I'm sorry, you just need to work on it. You need to use a sarcastic voice. Now I look foolish. But then again, a lot about ADHD and autism does, bleed into each other. They are very similar, but they're distinctly different. What you say is like very relatable. Yeah, that's definitely the ADHD talking. Talking about, hyperfixations, everything leading back to another thing, and not being able to shut the fuck up half the time. Yeah, the stereotype is 5-year-old boy who likes trains. Exactly. Or it's like, hey, you look so normal, though. It's like, yeah. I think the most autism thing I have is having a schedule interrupted. Then it throws off your whole day. Like, if a change pops up and you weren't, prepared for it, ugh, ruin my whole day. Sometimes I can deal with a schedule change, like, if it was a decision I made, but I still feel bad about it. Like yesterday, I was supposed to live stream, but I slept in and felt, really crummy. I still got work done, but I felt bad about not streaming, so I decided to stream today to make up for it. But that's mostly because I promised I was going to stream more. And I did promise a stream for Wednesday, and then it just ended up not happening. Hello, phone. If you guys heard that Transformers sound effect, that's my notifications. Because again, I am a total nerd. Oh, Big Puffers. Big Puffer is streaming. Okay, I'll check that out. What's he doing? Marvel Rivals? Boy's obsessed. It also doesn't help because when you watch videos or engage in content of other people talking about their autism and you're like, wait a minute. Do I do that? No. Wait, do I? Does that... It makes sense. Do I do that? Am I? No. Well... It's like an oops. You've absorbed their brand of autism through osmosis. Osmosis Jones up in this bitch. She was like, oh no, I didn't mean to do that. That's the wrong one. There we go. This is like 3 times more work to do a single page, but hey. That's it without it. That's it with it. I think it looks good. Because I like trains. Like, me learning about autism and thinking I might have it was me with the kombucha, the kombucha girl meme, the Brittany Brosters. Well, no. That was me when I first like really started looking into what autism actually is. I was like, well, no, maybe. Am I? No. Well, no. Hold on. Am I? But also, I haven't been officially diagnosed, but I may also be a bit of a hypochondriac. I don't know. I'm probably not, but it's like, it's like synchronicity. Once you become aware of something, you notice it everywhere. Like, once I became aware of what autism was, I'm like, am I? I'm noticing things. Is this it? Or am I just, am I just now noticing it because of synchronicity? But I know I have ADHD, officially diagnosed. I don't know where the paper is for that, but I know it's around here somewhere. Just like someone with ADHD, to finally officially get diagnosed and then lose the diagnosis paper somewhere. It's like, that's around here somewhere, but I have been diagnosed, official. My mom told me. It's around here somewhere. I'm gonna turn down the lighting on... Okay, where is that? Not that, not that. Come on, open up. FBI, open up! Alright, we are closing in. Yeah. Okay. We are going to serve. Hopefully. And then I'm going to end stream because it is 2:30 and I haven't had lunch yet. Is it still snowing? Yeah, it looks like it. Aw. Great. Oh, can you please not crash on me? Thank you. Good grief. Please do not crash on me. Please do not crash on me. Pray hands, everybody, pray hands, pray hands. Please don't crash on me. I'm just trying to save my files. I don't want to lose my work. Please. That's also the problem with over-rendering the fuck out of these pages. It takes my computer like 5 years just to save. I'll render those later. Because maybe I'll change my mind about some of the lighting. But the first 2 pages that we worked on are up on my DeviantArt. So if you want to go check that out, it's there. Somewhere in the description. Somewhere. I have no idea. I sound like I'm dying, but I swear I'm not. Anyway, thank you all so much for watching. I will see you all later, whenever that may be. Probably Monday. But we'll see. I need to do the line art for a lot of these pages, and I don't like doing line art on stream because that's the one I need to lock in and veg out and not talk. So, whenever that may be, I will see you all then. Bye-bye. Problem is, I know I should eat lunch because I haven't eaten lunch, but I'm not hungry. That's the real ADHD moment. Am I hungry or am I bored?